somebody hadn't fed him yet. We will now call to order the meeting for Lompoc City Council, Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ball. Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega.
Here.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. We will now open the line for oral communications regarding closed session. You have 3 minutes to speak on a closed session item. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your television, PC, or radio. Do we have any written communications regarding closed session?
No, ma'am, nothing.
Thank you. While we're waiting to see if anyone calls, I'll go ahead and read the business items for closed session. And please note that Councilmember Ball has joined us. We have a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation under Code Section 54956.9D, parentheses 1, Environmental Defense Center versus City of Lompoc. We have a conference with real property negotiations of the southwesterly approximately 7.64 acres portion of Beatty Park. We have a conference with real property negotiators for property of 201 West College Avenue. And we have the public employee performance evaluation for the city manager. Again, oral communications on closed session is open. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio. Seeing no one call, we will close oral communications and we will adjourn to closed session and reconvene open session at 6:30 p.m.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just before you bang the gavel, I did want to note for the record that on item number 3, Councilmember Starbuck will recuse himself because he owns property within 500 feet of that parcel. And also on that item, just to note for the record, which is required by law, Councilmember Cordova is a board member of the YMCA, which is the owner of that, or not the owner, but the lessee of that property. She's an uncompensated board member, and that does not create a conflict of interest, so she will participate.
Thank you for that clarification. And now we will adjourn to closed session, returning to open session at 6:30 p.m. here in the council chambers. will now reconvene the regular meeting of the Lompoc City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 16th, 2021 from closed session. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ball.
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega.
Here.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Report on action from closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council met in closed session to discuss the 4 items on the agenda. Councilmember Starbuck did not participate in item number 3 due to a real property interest within 500 feet of that item. On all the items, staff gave a presentation to council, and council gave direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just as a reminder, the City Council meeting is still closed to the public. We are broadcasting live on Comcast Channel 23 and Radio KPEG 100.9 FM. It also live streams on the internet at www.cityoflompoc.com. Click the City Council button and then view City Council meeting videos, and there's the live stream. If you miss the meeting, you can find the recording there within 24 hours. If you wish to make a comment during oral communications or on a specific agenda item, you may call 805-875-8201 before the close of public comment on the agenda item. You will be provided 3 minutes to give your public comment. You also are allowed to submit comments via email to s_haddon, HADDON, at ci.lompoc.ca.us no later than 4 p.m. on Tuesdays prior to the beginning of the council meetings. We will now have some presentations. Our first presentation is regarding our Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers, or RHNA numbers, by Michael Becker with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments.
I just wanted to real quickly introduce Mr. Becker. We're very appreciative that he has come here tonight, Madam Mayor, members of the council, to give us an update on the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Assessment. This presentation is very important because it eventually is going to trigger an update that we're going to need to do to our current housing element, which hasn't been updated since 2014. So Mr. Becker, as well as myself, will be available to answer any questions at the end of the presentation, and I just wanted to thank you for coming up.
And thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Mike Becker, the Director of Planning for the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and I appreciate the invitation to engage with you tonight. This evening's presentation will offer a crash course on the RHNA process, and I'll provide you an update of where we are in the 6th cycle process. RHNA is the acronym for Regional Housing Needs Allocation, though the acronym is almost entirely what you will hear. It is essentially the state's fair share housing law, and it occurs in 3 broad phases, with SB-CAG playing a role in the first 2. Unfortunately, I have black text on my bars up there, but the first phase is the determination, and that's where we figure out the housing need as it's defined in state law, what the number is that SB-CAG and the region have to work with through an 8-year period. And in the 6th cycle process, our 8-year period is 2023 to 2031. Through the process, SB-CAG consults with the state's Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, and SB-CAG's primary role in this process is to ensure the accuracy of the data used in HCD's calculations and to ensure that everything is accounted for. For instance, housing built at UCSB or the new North County Jail, those all matter in the RHNA process, and they influence the number that, as a region, that we're required to accommodate for. We received our determination about 2 months ago, and I'll discuss that more in a minute. The second phase, which you also can't read on the bar up there, is the methodology, and that's where SBCAG consults with the region's local agencies. So Brian and Christy participated in a series of meetings that occurred over about the last 14 months, where we work with the local agencies to develop a methodology or a formula to take that number that the state gives to Santa Barbara County or the SBCAG region and allocate it to the region's 9 local governments, being the 8 cities and then the county government. And I'll get more into that in a minute as well. And then the final phase, the third phase, is what Brian was speaking to. And that phase is purely each local agency working to update its housing element to accommodate that housing need, to ensure that there's adequate sites zoned in the housing element. So you'll be seeing that at some point between now and February 2023. All right. And now, so my presentation will kind of go through those phases a bit more. On that first phase, the calculation of the region's 8-year housing need. As I mentioned, it's defined in state law, so there's not a lot of flexibility in it, but it begins with the forecasted population for the end of the 6th cycle. So the forecasted population for the Santa Barbara County region in 2031. And from that, the people living in group quarters, being dormitories or jails or nursing homes, are subtracted out because they don't require housing as it's determined through this process. And that identifies your housing need for 2031, or the number of people that require to be housed. The state's Department of Finance maintains what they call household formation rates. So it's based off of a series of demographic factors, race, age, and so forth, for taking a population and turning that into a number of households. So that's how you determine the number of households needed in 2031. We subtract out the existing households in Santa Barbara County. And then on top of that, there's a series of state laws that have added adjustment factors to the process, and they all seek to achieve some objective defined through those laws. And those include the vacancy rate, overcrowding, cost burden, and demolitions. Demolitions just being the replacement of housing that was lost through fire or demolition for one reason or another. Okay, so I want to touch a bit more on those adjustment factors. This 6th cycle that we are getting into now is the first one that is subject to Senate Bill 828, which was passed in 2018. And it was one of the housing laws that came out of Sacramento that seek to increase production. For SB 828, it seeks to increase the number of housing units that we're required to plan for. SB 828 added 2 new adjustment factors. It added the factor for overcrowding and added the factor for cost burden, and it changed the third one. It changed vacancy rate. Prior to SB 828, a healthy vacancy rate was considered 5% for rental units and 2% for owner-occupied units. SB 828 changed that to 5% across the board. So when you use those, each of them increase the housing need for the region as defined by the state. And SB 828 is the reason why our region's housing number is significantly higher than it was in the last cycle. So unfortunately, it's not as simple as just the number of housing units that we have to assign across the region. Those units are divided across 4 income groups. The very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And the AMI on the screen stands for area median income, which is roughly $77,000. So for instance, the very low incomes, that would be housing units to house families making roughly $37,000 or $38,000 a year or less. On the bottom there, you can see our final 6th cycle RHNA determination. So that's the number of units region-wide that we have to plan to accommodate through that 8-year period, and that's 24,856. If you go back 8 years ago, in the prior RHNA cycle, it was 11,000. But I would note that two things are significantly different. Number one is the passage of SB 828, which accounts for a bit, or roughly 50% of that number. And the other is the fact that 8 years ago, we were at the tail end of the Great Recession, which it created a lot of vacancies, and it depressed the housing market, so then less housing had to be planned for. So last month, during the SBCAG board's February meeting, the board chose to accept without objection that number. And while the one issue in that is objection very likely would not be successful. That there's been a track record of regions that have gone ahead of us in this cycle, and housing is clearly a priority of the state right now. So the bar is very, very high for having a successful objection. There hasn't been a successful objection yet in the sixth cycle. So that moves us on. So that takes us through the determination part, where through SBCAG working with Housing Community Development arrives at a number for the region, and then we transition to working with the local agencies to develop a methodology to allocate that number to each local agency. And here I just wanted to highlight, as we go through the process, there's a series of 5 objectives that are defined in state law. That we have flexibility in the methodology, but no matter what methodology we come up with, we have to be able to demonstrate that we are furthering these 5 objectives, being the increase the supply and mix of housing types, tenure and affordability. The second being promoting infill development and socioeconomic equity. The third, promote improved relationship between jobs and housing. The fourth, seek to balance income strata across the region. And 5, the last one, affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I would highlight, and we'll get more into it in a minute, that number 4, seek to balance the income groups across the region. The city of Lompoc really influenced what we ended up with as a region for our methodology. I presented here a couple months ago to the City Planning Commission, and it was very beneficial, and it certainly influenced the methodology that we came up with, and I'll talk a bit about that in a second. So it gets a little confusing as we use a 2-step methodology, and in addition to that, there's 2 methodologies. So the 2-step methodology is the methodology where we take that 24,856 housing units and divide them amongst the region's 9 agencies. The second one is how we allocate by income level. So this is just talking about how do we allocate that big number. The methodology is 2-step. The first step, it divides between North County and South Coast, and that's based on 60% of existing jobs, which existing being 2017, the most recent year that we had solid and complete data for, and then 40% weighting on forecasted jobs for the 2020 to 2030 period. So if you plug that into the spreadsheet, it allocates 60% of the region's housing need to the South County, 40% to the North County. And then within those respective subregions, we use a formula that's based off of the overcrowding and cost burden factors that are experienced in each of the jurisdictions. So the higher the cost burden, the higher the overcrowding, the bigger the RHNA number. And why did we do that? I think number one, because roughly 50% of the region's number came from those 2 factors, so it seemed perhaps the fairest to use that to assign them back to the jurisdictions that they resulted from. And second, it really supports us in achieving some of the objectives that I previously highlighted. So here's the result of our methodology. On the right side, the far right, the 2 columns, you can see the North County and South Coast, 40% coming to North County, and roughly 60% going to the South Coast. In that first bar, you could see the Lompoc Valley, which includes the city of Lompoc as well as the unincorporated county, receiving 11.1% of that 28,846 number. The next slide breaks it down. There you have the highlighted bar is the city of Lompoc receiving 9.1% of the total, and that 9.1% corresponds pretty good with the city's share of the region-wide population as well. So here's the one that was really influenced by the city of Lompoc, and that's we're required to divide each jurisdiction's allocation through those 4 income groups. And it cannot be a straightforward split. We can't just give everybody equal shares. One of those RENA objectives at number 4 talked about seeking parity across the region or trying to balance the income groups. So for instance, jurisdictions that house a disproportionate share of, say, very low and low income households will receive a smaller share of that in their allocation, and inversely, they would receive a higher share of the moderate and above moderate, which would tend to be the more market rate housing. So the formula is based on what is on the ground in each jurisdiction compared to the region-wide average. And then really the one point that came out of the Planning Commission meeting here a couple months ago was the use of that 1.5 times factor to amplify it. And we tested it a bit in terms of how far can we go, and 1.5 times the difference defines the limit, because if you go beyond that, you start ending up with negative allocations, and we can't have negative allocations. So in terms of adjusting the income groups, we've gone as far as we possibly can in one RENA cycle. So this is interesting, and I think this shows the benefit of the methodology that we selected. So the 4 columns on the left were under existing, shows the current composition of the households in each jurisdiction. So Lompoc, for instance, they have a much higher than average share, or much higher than share of the very low income compared to the other jurisdictions, and a much lower share of the above moderate compared to other jurisdictions. So through this balancing, we seek to correct that as much as possible. And then on the right side, you see the same income groups and the result after applying that factor. And we can't fix it all in one cycle. It's too big of a disparity to fix in one cycle. We would need a number, roughly 100,000 instead of the 24,000. But we pushed it as far as it could possibly go in one cycle. And I do give a lot of credit to the City Planning Commission for that. Okay, and then with this slide, you could see how each jurisdiction's allocation is looking. And so the cities there is in that box. And the top part of the bar is the above moderate income. So you're receiving 55% of the housing units assigned to the city will be in the above moderate category. And just 9.6% would be in that very low income category. And again, that's to balance it out. So I think the city of Goleta is somewhat of the opposite, where it has an abundance of above moderate income housing and a shortage of low income housing. So if you look 2 bars to the left is the city of Goleta, you could see the difference of how you're receiving a much bigger share of the above moderate, which is easier to plan for, easier to have built, and a much smaller share of the very low and low income. So this table shows the draft allocations. So we're using the determination that SBCAG worked with Housing Community Development on, the methodology that we worked with the local agencies on, which was subsequently reviewed by Housing Community Development, and we are going to ask our board on Thursday to formally adopt it, which I really, really hope they do. The result is here in this table. The city of Lompoc for the 8-year period of 2023 to 2031 is looking at an allocation of 2,248 housing units. In the prior cycle, so the RENA plan that was adopted by SBCAG in 2013, the number was 525 units. A lot of the difference is related to SB 828, and then also some of it is related to the use of the overcrowding and cost burden factors. Here just to highlight where we're going with the RENA process. As I mentioned, this Thursday, SBCAG hopefully will formally adopt the methodology, and that will enable SBCAG staff to issue the draft allocations. So Thursday afternoon, your city staff will receive a memo from me that says what your draft allocation is, and that also starts a 45-day appeals period. So any jurisdiction can appeal their own or another jurisdiction's allocation. Those appeals would be heard by the SBCAG board, which would likely occur in either June or July. And in August, we will adopt the RENA plan, and that really ends SBCAG's role in RENA, and it turns it over to the local agencies where you'll be working to update your housing elements. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I understand that this is a difficult topic, and I think I found that myself. This only occurs every 8 years, so most of the time just about everybody is new to it. So I had to go through a crash course, and hopefully I offered something to you that benefits, but I'm happy to answer any question you have.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, all these graphs you had here, you didn't have Sisquoc, Gary, or Montecito in there.
Now, so for the unincorporated areas, Councilmember Starbuck, we have unincorporated Santa Maria Valley, which would include Orchid as well as Sisquoc and Gary. For the South Coast, it's unincorporated South Coast.
So Montecito is not a city.
No, Montecito is just unincorporated area. So that's included in, say, the portion between Goleta and Santa Barbara, as well as then Montecito and Summerland also is in that unincorporated South Coast.
Carpinteria is out there on its
Carpinteria
own.
is an incorporated city, so they're their own.
I was just curious about the low-income housing there.
But I will say, we did not treat the unincorporated county any differently than any city. So, whatever the methodology spit out is what they're getting.
Councilmember Vega.
I'd appreciate if you could explain the increase in the 5% for owner-occupied housing versus infill and where that came from. Okay, as far as was it meant to prevent expansion from the city limits, and why would they move it from 2% to 5%?
Yes, Councilmember Vega. So the 2% to 5%, that's on the owner-occupied, and really, it's, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's fair because 5% is Detroit. 5% is not Santa Barbara County. So, but I feel the reason why the state chose to go with 5% is because it increases the number. It's one way that they can increase that number and have a methodology or a method to point at to say this is how it increased. Because I think if we're 1% owner-occupied vacancy to get to 5%, that's 4% of all housing units in the region. So that's a lot of housing units that got added to our number. And I think
It just seems like it would be a negative to an area that's landlocked, such as Lompoc, to have that number being increased.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I think this is potentially painful for a lot of jurisdictions. I think ultimately it's a result of, the state doesn't have the ability to look at local nuances through this process. That, the state's goal is to increase housing production, and that was one way that they could do it.
Yeah, it seems like the increase of housing production is one thing, but the expansion of a landlocked city such as this could be used as a tool as far as LAFCO is concerned for approval of any expansion. So by increasing that number, it minimizes the the ability for Lompoc to expand.
I think if for the objectives, there's an objective related to promoting infill development. And I think there's a difference between promoting infill development and restricting to infill development. So I don't believe the RENA process says that you cannot annex land. That's between the city and LAFCO and the county.
Yeah, it's a different entity, I get it, but it's still, the arena numbers are used against us or for us, for a city right here with very little expansion ability.
Mhm.
So, wanted to make that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do want to thank you and the staff for listening to our planning department and commission and to council members who reached out to you about the allocation and seeing it actually reflected so that it does factor in the amount of housing and the types of housing we already have so that it isn't skewed in a way that doesn't allow us to build out the community in a more healthy direction. So that is, slide 12 actually is really good at showing us that, and I appreciate you putting it in a way that's really visually impactful about the allocation and the process that SB-CAG was allowed to put in place based on parameters. You're still under the state mandate. You still have to meet certain mandates at the state, but there is some flexibility that you do have at the local level when distributing these, and I think this time it's a lot more fair to our community, so that's a big plus for us, and so I thank you for that and thank staff for that hard work, because that's hard to justify to a lot of the other communities at the same time. So,
No, and Mayor, I appreciate it. And again, that credit goes to your staff and to the city's planning commission that really brought that issue to the forefront and drove it home, and we just ran with it.
well, you listened, so that's a big step for us, so we appreciate that.
I'm smiling under the mask.
Any other questions or concerns for this topic? Seeing none, thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right.
Becker, for
Thank you.
coming out. Our next presentation is from Vandenberg Air Force Base biologist Samantha Kaisersat, and she'll provide a presentation on the western snowy plover and our surf, beach, and ocean park regulations.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Samantha Kaisersat. I'm a biologist at Vandenberg, and I'm responsible for beach management and western snowy plover management. Recently, we had an event out at Surf Beach where Vandenberg leadership met with local Lompoc leadership to talk about Surf Beach, the policies that are in place, and the improvements we have planned for the future. And so I was asked to come here today and sort of talk about those topics with the council and share it with everyone. So the first thing that we did when we met out at Surf Beach was talk about the property boundaries out there. There's a lot of confusion about whose different property boundaries are out there. So Ocean Park, this is Ocean Park. This is as you're driving out to Surf Beach to the right. And this is all county park. This is all jurisdiction of the County of Santa Barbara. And this is all Union Pacific Railroad property. Here, right here is the entrance to Surf Beach. And this is all railroad property. So the fence and the gate and the whole slope leading down to the beach is all on railroad property, not on Air Force property. So our jurisdiction doesn't start until you basically get down the hill onto the flatter part of the beach here. So as part of our snowy plover management annually, we have certain areas that are open to the public or base population and areas that are closed for nesting. And we enforce those closures with fencing and signage. We also monitor the population throughout the breeding and the wintering season to determine how our population is doing, what sort of issues are going on that we may be able to control. And an important part of our management for the snowy plover on Vandenberg is predator management. We do predator control throughout the nesting season for a whole variety of predators. And we also do habitat enhancement. If you've been watching out at Surf Beach in the last 10 years, you've seen that it's transformed dramatically. We have basically eradicated all the invasive non-native species on Vandenberg property in the dunes and restored it to a native habitat. This picture here I wanted to show everyone. I think a lot of people have misconceptions about how the snowy plovers nest. So snowy plovers just nest, they lay sand-colored eggs in a shallow depression on the sand and sit on top. And then when the chicks hatch, they are sand-colored too. So basically their defense mechanism is cryptic coloration. They're very, very hard to see out there because they blend in so well. You could step on them and not even realize it. So how are we doing towards the recovery of the snowy plover? So our recovery goal is 400 breeding adults, and we're still pretty far below that. We have to maintain that 400 breeding adult population over a 10-year period, and we've only achieved it once in the time that we've been managing the snowy plover, which is started in the mid-90s. And the last few years, our plover population has been relatively stable. This past year, we had approximately 265 breeding adults. So I wanted to talk about some of the changes that we have implemented recently. In 2019, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service agreed to eliminate the closure of Surf Beach due to trespass violations. So I think there was a lot of confusion within the community as to what that open surf beach meant, right? So what this agreement means is that we didn't increase the amount of habitat or the amount of space that was available to the public. It just meant that Surf Beach would no longer close in the middle of the nesting season if we exceeded that 50 violation limit. So basically, Surf Beach will remain open throughout the nesting season, no matter if we exceed 50 violations or not. So it's going to stay open throughout the season, no matter what our violations are. But one thing that it's important to realize is that this agreement is subject to change if there's an unacceptable increase in violations, which causes significant impact to the plover's reproductive success in this area. So every year, we report our violations to the service. We're still counting violations. Every violation is counted. A violation is anybody entering the closed nesting area. So people bringing their dogs onto the open area of surf, not a violation. Only people entering the closed areas count as a violation. And those violations are still tracked and reported to the service to ensure that this agreement is being maintained by the local community and the base community, that we're still being respectful of the closed area boundaries. Okay, so how did we do in 2020 after the violation limit was lifted? So the violations across the base increased significantly. It just so happened that it coincided with the coronavirus, and Surf Beach was one of the few beaches open in a big area. So we saw a significant increase in beach users last year. And we saw a significant increase in the number of violations. That was also experienced at other sites within our local area. So we are a range-wide recovery team, and we get together every year and we talk to other recovery sites like Oceano Dunes, Guadalupe. Those are all sites that are managed for the species as well. And annually we get together and we talk about how our season went. Well, the number of violations within any area that was open for recreational access increased just due to the sheer number of beach users that are visiting the beaches during coronavirus this year. So we're pretty lucky there, but we'll see how things go as things start to settle down and we start to get to a normal level of beach users. So one of the things that everyone was interested in is, okay, who are these violators, right? So we look at violations coming in from Surf Beach at the station as well as from Ocean Park. So as you can see here on this graph, the majority of people that were caught inside the closed areas are from Lompoc. Again, same at Ocean Park, the majority of people that were caught within the closed areas are from Lompoc. Of course, we get people from all over the world visiting these beaches, all over the country, but the local population are a significant proportion of the number of violations. So a couple of things that we've been doing to improve community awareness and education about the beach restrictions, we've installed new signs to be more clear and welcoming to the public as you're entering Surf Beach, and we've placed them on our property boundary so that there's a clear delineation of where the railroad property is and where the Air Force property is, and trying to simplify the signs so that they're more clear to people as they're entering Surf Beach. Just try to eliminate some of the confusion. Some of the future improvements that we currently have a sand trail that goes from Surf Beach to Ocean Park, and we're planning to install a permanent boardwalk similar to the composite concrete boardwalk that's out here at Oso Flaco, that goes by Oso Flaco Lake and down to the beach there. And we're also working on the agreements with Santa Barbara County and Union Pacific Railroad to improve the ramp that goes from, also the gate and the fence that goes from that area down to the beach. If you've been there, it's very rough, and that will help increase community access and recreation to Surf Beach. And it'll also give, the boardwalk will give people the opportunity to walk between Surf Beach and Ocean Park at all times of the year. So as part of our management program, we have docents and paid beachkeeper personnel out there at Surf Beach. Our goal is to have somebody present at all times that Surf Beach is open, but we also have personnel out there after the beach closes. The beach closes at 6 p.m. and of course during the summertime it can be light until 9. People like to visit the beach in the evening time. So we have been growing our docent program. The goal of the docent and the beachkeeper program is basically to educate beach users on what the restrictions are and why they're important. And that helps to reduce the number of violations and impacts of recreational activities on snowy plovers and their habitat. And it also helps to foster an appreciation and respect for the local area and why it's important to the community. A lot of our docents are made up of local Lompoc citizens at Surf Beach, especially. That's especially important to get people from the local Lompoc community as the face out there. We also have a great active duty military and civilian Vandenberg population that also volunteers to be docents out at Surf Beach. So we're growing our outreach and education program. Each year we do an annual field trip with Lompoc High School from the AP Environmental Science classes, and that helps them learn about the coastal dune ecosystems and western snowy plovers. And they come out and participate in some of our restoration projects and beach cleanups. This year, we're going to be doing it over Zoom. A lot of our methods to deliver these educational opportunities are flexible and can meet the demands of distant learning that we're doing now. So unfortunately, the field trip was really, really fun. So I'm disappointed that they won't be able to come out this year, but hopefully next year. It's a great event. So we've also been establishing volunteers from a newly established volunteer working group with oversight from our Plover docent coordinator. And we're working to create lesson plans for elementary age students. We're starting to test these lesson plans, and we would like to partner with the Lompoc community to implement these lesson plans throughout the local school district. I think it's important to educate the youth, and that helps instill that knowledge of their local community, as well as their appreciation for Surf Beach and how wonderful it is. So we plan to start rolling out these lesson plans and testing them here soon. So how can the Lompoc leaders help? The Lompoc leaders can help encourage the community to adhere to these restrictions, and basically letting the Lompoc community know that Vandenberg and the Lompoc leaders, we're partners in this. We're here to help the local community understand what these restrictions are and why it's important. So that's why I'm here tonight, to help you all better understand, so you can pass this information along to your community. And you can also help us develop these strategic educational partnerships that we're working towards. That's one of our big goals right now, is to try to educate the local community, change the mindset, change the attitude, so that we have a lot of community support, and people are aware of these restrictions and why they're important. That's the only way that we're going to be able to ensure that Surf Beach remains open to the local community from now and for future generations. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Ball.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for being part of the host group that had us out to witness some of the improvements and talk about the future. I know that the snowy plover has been for a long time, has been a controversial item here in Lompoc with people on both sides. From a big picture perspective, I'm excited because there seems to be a little bit of compromise. We do have a chance to keep access to our entire community to the beach. But again, to reiterate, we're still getting tagged with those violations, and there's just no guarantee if we're way over that number that at the national federal level, that they'll keep it status quo. So can you talk to us just about some of the very basic, maybe 2 or 3 things that anyone going out to the beach should just know from the get-go? When you're going to the beach, avoid this, do this, or don't do that.
Okay. So the most important thing for people to know is what areas are open and what areas are closed, where the closed area boundaries are. So at Surf Beach, there's a northern boundary and a southern boundary, and those boundaries are marked with signage. Of course, our signs and our fencing are getting hammered right now due to the high surf that we're experiencing right now, and the coastal erosion that we get this time of year due to the high tides. But there's maps, and there's signs, and there's people. So that's the biggest thing, is for people to be aware of what are the restrictions in place that time of year, right? So you can have dogs on leash outside of the nesting season. It's important for people to read the signs and figure out, okay, what am I allowed to do this time of year? What time of year is it? Am I in March? Am I in December, and what are the rules right now, but especially where the restricted areas are.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. And then, so the entire community can be excited for the potential in the future. For those that may have ever been out to Oso Flaco, which is just a tiny bit north of Guadalupe, just a beautiful, beautiful boardwalk where you can go past nature all the way to the beach. Provides a lot of access for the disabled as well. So we're excited that you and the group out at the base are working together to put together this boardwalk. Can you talk about that boardwalk a little bit more and talk about how that might help keep people from entering some of those areas, but
Sure.
educating themselves at the same time?
Well, I think the boardwalk, first of all, will provide people more access to the beach in general. I know a lot of people are excited to hear about the boardwalk. I know a lot of people have trouble walking on the uneven sand. So that'll give people the opportunity to walk that area just in general. But yeah, the idea is for it to be very similar to what we have out at Oso Flaco, so that that is available for the local community.
Well, I'm very excited about it. If it all worked out, how soon would that happen? When would the boardwalk start to be built, and when would it be finished? People want to know.
So of course, the ideal situation is that we can get the agreement together with the county and the railroad so that we can all do it at once. The boardwalk would just be on Vandenberg property, and as you saw from that first map, our property doesn't start until you get down onto the beach. So it's important for us to continue working on this agreement so that we can have that entrance to the boardwalk too. Whether or not that happens, we will still build the boardwalk. Whether we're able to get the egress to that boardwalk. The county and the railroad property, of course, is going to take a little bit of time. It's a bureaucratic process that we're all familiar with. So we're working through that process. We have the funding programmed for all of these projects. So it's just a matter of getting the green light to implement that. The boardwalk itself is on this year's fiscal year planning budget. But of course, we're still working through the agreements with the county and the railroad in hopes that we can get that entrance in the project as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Thank you, Samantha. One of the questions, I got two. One is a statement. You guys have put a tremendous amount of labor and money in doing a restoration on the beach, and it hasn't helped the numbers. It seems that the numbers have stayed the same for many, many years, which brings me to the question, who chose 400 birds? Where does that number come from? We've maintained 200 to 300 birds out there for years, but we just can't hit 400, and we have to have 400 for 10 years. It's an impossible goal, it appears. Where did the 400 number come from?
So the 400 breeding adults comes from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Recovery Plan that is published for the western snowy plover. Every 5 years, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does a 5-year status review where they review the status of the plover to determine if it still warrants listing. And they also periodically review the recovery plan. So in the recovery plan has all those recovery goals outlined, and Vandenberg Air Force Base is divided into 2 recovery sites, CA 81 and CA 82. Those are our recovery site designation numbers, and those numbers have been designated in the recovery plan by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
So the 400 would include Wall, Minuteman, everything up the coast.
Whole base.
So the whole base then, and these
Right.
numbers that you're showing us are the whole base out there then.
Right, yeah, it's not just surf.
Yeah, what a terrible environment to try and grow birds in, huh?
Well, yes, it's a harsh environment out there if you think about it. Being this tall and in the wind and everything. Especially if you lived in Orange County. Vandenberg is probably a great place to live if you're a plover.
Samantha, I think one other point of clarification that we should take advantage of at this time is the very first slide where you showed the map of who had what jurisdiction. We also didn't mention that the California State Marine Preserve controls the water, right? So that very first slide is, we often get asked about being able to fish out there, and that has nothing to do with any of these discussions and is a separate entity that manages this, and that you are trapped within that as well, and that the base also has to follow these fishing limitations. And so it is one of those things that we as the city and the base are working together to address with the California Marine Preserve in the upcoming cycle, 3 years from now? 2 years?
2022.
Yeah. And so I think it's important also when we're talking about jurisdictions and what can and can't be done, it's not that you're stopping the fishing, it's not that we're stopping the fishing, it's literally the California Marine Preserve that created that stoppage. And I think that's just an important chance to communicate that with the public at this time. I do appreciate all the new signage. It is much easier to read. I appreciate the fact that you've also posted it in Spanish and given the opportunity for more to access the information, and that your docent program is working really hard to be present, and that makes a big difference for us. So we really appreciate that partnership, and I know it's frustrating to individuals that the restrictions still occur, but to not have the beach closed as a result of the violations is a huge step forward, and I, as one of our leaders, am committed to, working towards us being able to show that we can work in partnership on this. City Manager?
I didn't want to jump in front of anybody. I just want to thank Samantha, too. I was out at the beach for that visit. And we're going to be working closely with the base on this from getting the educational piece out there. And my concern on the last time, I had Colonel Hensberg call me about the number of violations, and if you did it quickly, I believe if I added it correctly, it was 64 in 2019 and 164 in 2020. So that's a substantial increase, and that is my concern, is where does it become an egregious amount where the Fish and Wildlife go, oh, that's too many. So I want to make sure that we as a city work with the base to keep getting that message out there all season long, that, just maintain, and it's marked off, it's roped off, just stay out of those areas for now so we can keep the beach open.
Any other questions for Councilmember Ball?
One quick question for you. I think a lot of people are under the misconception that sometimes when they're out there that no one is keeping an eye on the place and that they probably won't get a violation. But as we learned, as we got a chance to visit and meet some of the law enforcement side and the mechanisms of keeping an eye on the beach, can you elaborate on that side of it too, just so we know, again, someone's keeping an eye on it and we have to be careful?
Sure. So keep in mind that Surf Beach is on a federal military installation. There are eyes everywhere. They monitor by drones. They monitor by remote sensing cameras. They monitor by horseback and patrols. There are a lot of eyes out there at all times. So one thing I think people think of is, well, if I don't get caught, then there's no harm. But every violation is counted, whether it's by footprints, whether it's by camera evidence, whatever. The chances, we are pretty confident in the violation, that we're capturing the number of violations that are out there. Of course, we don't always catch them, but most of the time they are documented. So it's important for people to know that even if you don't get caught in the closed area, chances are is it's still going to be counted as a violation, and it's still going to be reported. And chances are that you're going to get caught. I would say 80% of the violations that are reported are cited by security forces in the closed areas. So the chances of getting caught are pretty high, and there's always somebody out there watching.
We typically don't take questions from the public during these presentations. But I'm sure if you submit to us, we will get an answer for you and get it back to you. Any other questions by council? Thank you so very much. We look forward to supporting, educating the community, and I hope you take advantage of our radio station and our TAP TV and work with the school district. So we look forward to it. So thank you. All right. Our next agenda item is our city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to just start up here first. I want to introduce our newest employee to the city. Second day on the job. We're already working her hard. So I want to introduce Erin Keller. She's our new senior administrative analyst, taking this place of Jasmine, if you remember Jasmine. And we already have her the first day she was in, maybe an hour into it, after she got her ID and whatnot, was already in meetings and taken to it. And actually we had her before she even started. She was very nice and she allowed us to call her in, and she sat on some different Zoom calls and whatnot, so she sort of got her feet under her before she even came on board. So Erin is from Lompoc. She was born here too? Raised here. Went to elementary, junior high, went to Cabrillo, went to Hancock, right? Went and got her bachelor's from San Diego State, got her master's from UNLV in Las Vegas, worked for the city of Vegas for 18 years. 18 years doing a lot of the things we need her to do. That's what she was doing. So we just happened to luck into it. She said, I want to move back to my hometown and raise her kids here. So, you know, it was a fluke. It was really, really good timing on both parts. So I just wanted to welcome her, let you guys see who she is. And I don't know if you don't have to say anything, but no.
I just wanted to share the big question from Vegas, and the question when I came here was, you know, why? And I told everybody the answer for Vegas. People ask me, why are you leaving 17 years? Or people here, you know, why did you leave Vegas? And Lompoc's worth it. And that's why I'm here. Lompoc's worth it, and I'm happy to be here, a part of the team, and ready to work hard.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, so some other pieces, some really good news. If people are listening, last Friday, I believe it was, the president did sign the latest CARES funding. So we actually, as a local entity, a local city government, we did get some funding this year, or this time. So we're going to be receiving approximately $13 million. It was going to be a one lump sum, and then after all the negotiations, they'll do it in 2 phases. So we'll get the first phase in about 60 days. And the rules aren't all set in cement yet. So I was on another call today listening to what was currently out there, but we'll have a period of time, I don't know what that is yet, to spend up to 80% of the first batch, so $6.5 million we'll call it. And then if we can do that, which I think we can, then a year from that day that we get it, so if we get it April 6th of next year, then we'd get the next $6.5 million. They are still working out some of the different uses. It's very broad, which is really nice. You know, the last few times if we got anything, it was very specific. So it can be used for most costs and capital expenditures in the city. The rules, like I said, they're still being, you know, finalized. I did ask staff already, I said, you know, give me a list from each department from a general fund perspective. What do they see as some critical infrastructure, critical equipment, you know, what is it that's needed? So I'll be gathering all that up. At the same time, you know, I'm going to be asking the council individually, what do you see as some of the big priorities and projects that we could do? And we'll start working on a public survey to, you know, get input from the citizens on where do they think some of this money should go to. Once we get all of that together, we'll bring it back to council, but because of the timing, when we first get the money, it's going to be towards the end of April most likely, and so we're working on the budget at that time. So what we'll probably do is just roll that into the budget process, bring it back, and we'll do the budget, and then we'll have another separate section to discuss how we want to use these new funds, because we do have to report on them carefully, send that back actually to the Treasury Department in DC. So we'll be doing that one. So, but that was some good news, some very well-timed news, and so we'll be coming back to council on that one. Another one is our utility payment system. We're still working on that. We do apologize for the delay. We thought it would be up and running a little bit sooner. people have to realize we're attempting to upgrade from essentially a 1980s computer system to a 2020, 2021 system. So they don't always talk to each other, so there is a lot, and I do mean a lot of hand entering by hand. Thousands of different payments and whatnot have to be entered for the historical piece of it. So we are working as quickly as we can. You know, the good things after the update is done, people then can pay online with a credit card. There's no charge anymore. That'll be gone. So that will help a number of people out there. If you do drop a payment off in our drop box out front, just know we will bring it in, we'll store it, and then once we're up and running again, then we'll start processing everything. And so we're hoping, we thought we'd be up this week. It's still, there's just so many boxes to go through, and it's a hand enter it, then you have to edit it, make sure everything balanced to what was in the original system. So it is taking a little extra time. Tomorrow, there's going to be a special meeting here, 6:30 again. That's where we have the financial advisors, NH8 financial advisors, coming in to discuss pension bonds. It was a council request to bring that back to give an update as well as more of an education on what are pension bonds, how are they used, why would someone want to use them, why wouldn't they want to use them, what the goods and the bads are on that one. So that'll be at 6:30, and at the end of that, and I'll bring this up tomorrow, is we'll be asking council, does this sound like something you want the next step? So it's a multi-step. So this one's the educational piece. The next step, if you wanted us to do that, is more of the deep dive, the analysis, looking at all different kinds of aspects on what we call stress testing. You know, what happens if inflation goes up, it goes down, we have high investment, low investment, a combination of everything you can think of. So that would be the next step. We finish all that, we bring it back, we discuss it with the council, give all of our results from the stress test, and then again ask, you know, do you want to proceed to the next step, which is getting closer to the final step. So that would be tomorrow. It's very good. It's an educational. We have it scheduled for an hour, up to 2 hours if you have a lot of questions. And the last one, and this is supposed to happen tomorrow, so it hasn't happened yet. If we move to the red tier, as we're supposed to tomorrow, that will allow us to do as we did the last time we were in the red tier, and that is to open up the chamber to limited seating again. So we'll have a limited amount of guests that can, you know, join us in the next council meeting if we actually go to the red tier. So that was all I had.
Any questions for City Manager? In between the ending of our closing session and the beginning of our meeting, there was information that came out about our utility department is able to accept the utility payments via phone. If you really want it to be processed, you can call in and process it via phone. You can send in your checks, and they will process it when they get a chance to get to it. And hopefully soon we will get to the online. So happened to notice that in between the small window of our break and didn't get a chance to share that with you. All right. That is it for the city manager. Oh, Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, I was just curious, one quick question. A couple weeks ago, I think we had all estimated about $12 million, and that jumped up an extra $1 million. I know we're in the hole on a lot of things, but is there any understanding of why that happened, or?
No, I've been following it for a while, and I was excited to see the 12.19, whatever it was. And then when it went back, so the House created it, went to the Senate made some changes, it goes back to the House for a floor vote, and at that time, coming back is when they split it, and the Senate said, okay, well, it can go to the cities, but we're going to do it in two pieces. Once it got back to the House, I don't know, I didn't follow that detailed, but all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're up to 13.1 million. I will not say no to that. So.
And based on all the information, as I've watched and participated in all of the informational sessions on it, that is still a prediction. The Treasury Department actually solidifies the final amount, and they have 60 days to do that. So they go back and have a formula and vet it all. This is just the predicted amount for us. So we'll still need to get the final number from the actual Treasury Department, but currently, yes, we were lucky enough to see an actual increase. Any other questions? All right. We will now move to consent calendar. You have the opportunity to speak on consent calendar items. You have a maximum of 3 minutes. You may do so by calling 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio when your call is put through. This is for consent calendar. Do we have any written communication on consent calendar items? Madam Clerk.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. While we wait to see if there's any calls at 805-875-8201, I'll read the consent calendar process. All items listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted after one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless good cause is shown prior to council vote. Any items withdrawn from the consent calendar for the separate discussion will be addressed immediately before the second oral communication near the end of the meeting. Council can ask for clarifying questions, but if it is to be discussed, it does need to be pulled. Seeing no one call and no written communications, we will close public comment on consent calendar, and I will bring it back to council and either entertain a motion or requests. Councilmember Vega.
I'll make a motion that we accept consent calendar.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. So we do have a staff presentation that is also item 7, and I would ask that council agree that we move that presentation and put it all under item 7, if we're in agreement, since it's, all right. So we've agreed, so we will combine that staff presentation with item number 7. Now is your chance to call on oral communications regarding any issue on the agenda or a city matter. You have 3 minutes maximum. Again, the number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your TV, radio, or PC. Madam Clerk, did we have any oral communications for non-agendized items?
Yes, ma'am, we did. I don't have it in front of me. It was from Mr. Fink, and you may have to help me what the actual subject was.
Wastewater.
Thank you.
Violation issue.
Wastewater violation issue, exactly.
Thank you.
Good evening. You're live in the Lompoc City Council meeting. Are you ready to give your public comment?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Osborne and council members. I am Ann McCarty, Executive Director of the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. As an organization that is supported by the City of Lompoc through the CDBG program, as well as our contract with the Lompoc Police Department, I felt it was important to provide you with a temperature check of our work over the last year and celebrate the wins we have had. First, it is no secret that there has been an increase in domestic, sexual, and other types of violence in our city. And I ask you to think for a moment what that might be like if we did not have a victim advocate position within the police department to assist and meet the specific needs of DV clients in our city. This position is a tremendous asset to the community and should be something that you are proud of, but more importantly, the message sent to victims of these crimes should be loud and clear, that the city takes domestic and sexual violence seriously and will do whatever they can do to stem the tide and ensure that victims' voices are supported. Secondly, while our physical office may have been locked when the pandemic hit, we have had staff in the office every single day. Staff continued to go out on every sexual assault call reported to law enforcement and continued to provide direct services in person. While the calls reported to law enforcement and continue to provide direct services in person. While the report of immediate assault is down, and which is actually an occurrence across the state of California, the center saw a 16.5% increase in the number of people served in the Lompoc Valley for the calendar year of 2020, and a 32.8% increase in the number of services provided. Our direct services are available to more than those who report an immediate assault, and I think the increase in people and the need is indicative of what our entire community has felt over the last 12 months. This trend continues, and as things begin to open back up, we expect, as do other leaders in this work, that the number will continue to climb. This increase in need has stretched us thin, but we have prevailed, and as an agency providing critical services in your city, I hope each of you are proud as well. We also put a lot of weight on our prevention programming. Lompoc Unified School District has been a tremendous partner, and we are honored that they allow us to continue our child safe programs in all LUSD schools. It has been challenging to say the least, but we are happy to have presented 118 programs to over 2,500 students since September of 2020. This number is purely child safe, and my educators have also presented to hundreds of other students with a strong variety of other programs. And now we jump to another season for us, with April quickly approaching. We recognize April as Child Abuse Prevention Month and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And while we are still observing some important social distancing in our operations, we do invite you to attend our 10 Wheels for Awareness planting on April the 1st at 9 a.m. in front of our Lompoc office across the street. We are committed to continuing our work to raise awareness focused on child abuse prevention in our community, because until there are none, we will not stop. Thank you.
Thank you. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Seeing no one call in, we will close oral communications and bring it back to our agenda items. The next agenda item is the appointment process. We are going through a reset with appointments to our committees and commissions based on district. Tonight, we will address the applications that we have on hand. We still have positions open in some of the districts, so we encourage you to get your applications in, because with the red tier opening, April will be an opportunity for our committees and commissions to meet, but we have the ability to still appoint until we have a fully staffed commission. As long as they're majority on the commissions are still able to meet as well. So tonight is a bit of a list, but we will go through it and try and be as efficient as possible. The first committee that we will need to reappoint is the Beautification Commission. We have 3 council appointments with terms ending 12/20/22. That is for myself, Councilmember Starbuck, and Councilmember Vega. And we have 2 terms ending 12/20/24, and that is for Councilmembers Ball and Cordova. To the rest of council, given my position is at large, I will refrain from making my appointment until all of you have had your selections. I want you to be able to prioritize any of the applications from your district and take advantage of those applicants first, and I will make my appointments afterwards from the remaining applicants, or waiting for applications to come in, just so you know. So we're starting with the Beautification Commission, and I will open the floor to whoever is prepared to make a nomination from that. And I see Councilmember Starbuck.
Yes, I submitted an application earlier. It's all in everybody's box here. I'd like to nominate Susan Gallagher as my appointee on the Beautification Commission.
Great. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Awesome. Would it be easier for us to vote on each one of these, Madam Clerk, or to make a motion for each one and do a single vote for each commission?
Whatever's most comfortable for you, but the less typing is always makes me happier.
All right. So because we're doing an entire committee, I'm going to suggest that we each make a motion for the appointee and then allow a single second for each of our recommendations, and then a single vote, so that we don't have to vote each time each one of us makes a recommendation. Does that work? Okay. So Councilmember Starbuck has nominated Ms. Gallagher for his district. I see Councilmember Ball's light on. Who would you like to nominate?
I am excited to nominate Mr. Warren Keller to the Beautification Committee.
All right, thank you. There is a District 2 applicant, Mr. Vega. Are you considering that nomination?
I'd like to actually meet with the applicants before I nominate. I think it's prudent for me to meet with people and find out and make sure we have a meeting of the minds of what we're looking for in Lompoc. So I'd like to reframe at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so don't fret, Ms. Alderman. Please connect with Councilmember Vega. I will go ahead and nominate Juliana Ibarra. She is District 3, and since Councilmember Starbuck has already nominated, I will nominate her to be my representative. So that is all of the current applications and available nominations. I would ask that Councilmember Vega consider your second for all of them. You seconded Councilmember Starbucks. I would ask you to continue to ask you to second all three of the nominations. So you have seconded all three nominations. Any questions or concerns? Councilmember Ball.
I forgot to turn my light off.
That's okay, just making sure. Seeing no questions or concerns, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Welcome aboard, Ms. Gallagher, Warren Keller, and Juliana Ibarra. The next is the Human Service Commission. Again, that's 3 terms ending 12/20/22 for the mayor, Councilmember Starbuck, and Councilmember Vega, and 2 terms ending 12/24 for Councilmember Ball or Cordova. We will go through, and if you have a nominee, make that nomination. Then we'll ask for a single second, and then we'll vote. Councilmember Cordova.
I'll go ahead and nominate Mr. Kenny Agbudite. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You got really close. It's good.
Okay.
All righty. Councilmember Ball.
I would like to nominate Mrs. Karen Ortiz.
Thank you. I will go ahead and nominate Pamela Kimlinger, since District 4 already has a nomination. We are still looking for District 2 and 3 applicants, so don't hesitate to submit your applications and reach out to Councilmember Starbuck and Councilmember Vega. I would entertain a second for these motions.
I'll second it.
We have a second for these 3. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. The next committee or commission is the Parks and Recreation Committee. 3 terms in 12/20/22 for the mayor, Councilmember Starbuck, and Vega. 2 terms in 12/20/24 for Councilmember Ball and Cordova. Councilmember Ball.
I am also very excited to nominate Mr. Andre Simmons to the Parks and Rec Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
I will nominate Mr. Chris Braxton for District 1.
Thank you. Mr. Starbuck, have you considered Mr. Lopez, or are you?
I've got to do a reach out. I'd like to really speak with them.
All righty. I will appoint Dave Baker for the mayor's appointee. I will entertain a second for those 3 motions.
I'll give you a second.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. That passes 5-0. All right, we have the Planning Commission next. There are 3 terms ending 12/20/22 for the mayor, Councilmember Starbuck, and Vega, and 2 terms ending for 12/20/24 for Councilmember Ball and Cordova. Councilmember Ball.
Although he's only had a couple months on it so far, I'm excited to renominate Mr. Augusto Quadillo to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
I nominate Mr. Ed Braxton to serve for District 1.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to hold off nominating until everyone's had a chance to nominate from the districts that are listed. So, Councilmember Starbuck, would you like a chance to interview Mr. Sioni?
No, I actually have somebody that I have in mind. I know that he was your previous appointee on there. If you would like to renominate him, it would not trouble me at all.
Okay, thank you. My applicant is also hasn't gotten his application in, so we will maintain the 2 additional applicants for the moment and make sure that we get somebody appointed before their next meeting. Do I have a second for the 2 nominations that have occurred?
I'll give you a second again.
Thank you. Seeing any questions? None, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Our next committee is Public Safety Commission. Again, this is 3 terms ending 12/2022 for the mayor, Councilmember Starbuck, and Vega, and 3 terms ending 12/2024 for Councilmember Ball and Cordova. Councilmember Ball.
I would like to nominate Mrs. Brittany Skinner to the Public Safety Commission.
Thank you. We do have nominees from districts 2 and 3. Mr. Vega.
Yeah, again, like last applicant, I really would like to meet the people, and I really appreciate the application, and I look forward to meeting anybody that applies and encourage anybody else to apply, but I would like to meet before I do an appointment.
All right. So Lillian, definitely reach out to Councilmember Vega, and is that the same for you, Mr. Starbuck?
Yes, it is.
All right. So we have 1 appointee from Mr. Ball. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. And any questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. And the last commission is Utility Commission. Again, there's 3 terms ending 12/2022 for the mayor, Councilmember Starbuck, and Vega, and 2 terms ending 12/2024 for Councilmember Ball and Cordova. Councilmember Cordova.
I nominate Mr. Jerry Nyman to represent for District 1.
Thank you. Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, while there were 2 very impressive candidates, I'm going to go with nominating Mrs. Leah Braitman to the Utility Commission.
Thank you. I will withhold my appointments until we know for sure we've gotten some additional applicants in, and while I finish my interviews. So I'll hold off on my nominations. May I get a second for the 2 nominations we've had?
Sure, I'm second.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. So again, we haven't been able to really have anything other than the Planning Commission meetings with us being in the closure mode. As we move into red tier, this means in April we can consider having all our commissions meeting again. We still have the opportunity to appoint at our next meeting, the first meeting in April. So those of you that have been considering, those of you that still need to get your applications in for your committees or need to meet with any of us, please reach out, and same goes for us as council members to connect with the applicants so we can move forward on this. Councilmember Cordova.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm looking for beautification and public safety. Those are my last 2. So to the public, if you're interested in serving, I would greatly appreciate the support and the service to those commissions.
Thank you. And again, you know, we'll update this and get it posted on the website as quickly as possible so you can see what has been filled. But don't hesitate to reach out, and we'll help you identify what district you live in and and point you in the right direction and get you our contact information so you can reach out to all of us to chat with us.
And I was just going to say, Mayor, that we'll also work on getting it pushed out on our different social media sites to advertise for that.
Okay. This is growing pains. It's not something we expected to solve in one evening, but we are moving towards it, and I think tonight took a good chunk out of it. So thank you for those that have applied, and we look forward to continuing this process. Our next agenda item is introduction of Ordinance 1678, parentheses 21, amending Chapter 8.28 of Fireworks of the Lompoc Municipal Code to add provisions regarding enforcement against property owners and tenants and make other amendments. And we have our city attorney to present.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we're here because on February 2nd of this year, Council had an agenda item to talk about our fireworks enforcement in the city and our fireworks ordinance. And we had some options that night for Council to consider on amending our fireworks ordinance to hopefully strengthen the city's enforcement capacity. The Council gave us direction that night to to bring back an amended ordinance in a few ways. And the Council also directed staff to bring back some additional information about more ways that the city staff could pursue enforcement on July 4th, as well as developing a enforcement plan for July 4th this year. The city staff is still working on those items regarding the enforcement team and plan and the additional information about the third-party witness program and et cetera. But the item tonight is just on the amendments to the fireworks ordinance that the Council directed us to bring back on February 2nd. So there were just a handful of those. The first one I went over last time, and that's to make clear that violation of our fireworks ordinance is a misdemeanor. So we had that in the ordinance last time, in a draft ordinance last time, and we have that in the draft ordinance tonight as well. The second item was the social host component of our fireworks ordinance. The proposal at the last meeting was to hold property owners liable for fireworks violations that occurred on their property, regardless of who was responsible for the fireworks violation. The Council discussed that item last time and decided that they wanted to change it a bit and to make a distinction based on whether the property was a rented property with a tenant versus a property that does not have a tenant. So for properties that do not have a tenant, that are not leased, Council wanted to hold the property owner liable for fireworks violations on those properties. But for properties that were leased with a tenant, Council didn't want the property owner to be held liable. They wanted the tenant to be held liable for any fireworks violations on the property. So what we've done is we brought that back tonight in this amended version of our draft ordinance, and that is what this draft ordinance does. As we were going through this and putting together the amendments, we realized that many times if the city enforcement officer is witnessing a fireworks violation on a property, we're not going to know whether that property has a tenant or not, or whether it's leased or not. And if it does have a tenant, we're not going to know who that tenant is because the city does not have copies of leases. So we devised a way that we can make this work where if an enforcement officer sees a violation on a property and what we can do, and we don't know whether it's leased, and if it's leased, we don't know who the tenant is, we can mail a citation to the property owner. The property owner will then have the opportunity to send in a tenant information statement to the city that will say, I have a tenant, and here's a copy of my lease, and this is who my tenant is. So we will then know, and we will withdraw the citation against the property owner at that time, and we will send a citation to the tenant that is listed in the lease. If the property owner is not able to fill out that tenant information statement, then we assume that the property is not a leased property and there is no tenant, and the citation against the property owner will stand. Of course, at any time, our enforcement officers can still issue citations to the actual person that they see committing a fireworks violation. That is still going to be in place, of course. So another issue that is probably going to arise with this, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't proceed with adopting this social host ordinance, is for multi-unit apartment complexes. Those are going to be, if there's fireworks violations on the grounds of a multi-unit apartment complex, and one of our officers sees a violation, we're going to send, mail a citation to the property owner. And the property owner is going to say, yes, I have a tenant, have multiple tenants, but we don't know which one was responsible for the fireworks violation, and we don't know, if it's common area on the complex, you don't really know which tenant is responsible. So for those multi-unit apartment complexes, we're still going to be relying on visual seeing of the violation take place, and then our enforcement officers will still be able to cite in that case by giving a citation to the person committing the violation in real time. But that is a weakness of this social host plan. It doesn't mean that there are still benefits, because we still will be able to increase our enforcement efforts by adopting this, but that is a weakness when it comes to multi-unit apartment complexes. The third item is attorney's fees. The council directed us to include a provision that the city would be able to recover its attorney's fees when we have to send attorneys to court to collect on our citations. We've included that in this new draft ordinance that's before you tonight. As the staff report states, historically, these citation amounts have not gotten to the dollar amount that gets you into real court. They are all recovered in small claims court, where attorneys are not allowed. So for the most part, we're not going to be incurring any attorney's fees for this. But if citations against a person did exceed the small claims court amount, then we would be sending attorney's fees to court. Right now, for the most part, in small claims court, they're handled by Terry Schwab, the paralegal in our city attorney's office here in City Hall. And she has a very good track record of recovering the citation amounts in small claims court. The other, there's minor housekeeping cleanups as well in the ordinance with grammatical changes and things like that are non-substantive. And finally, the council at the last meeting asked whether we could insert a provision in the ordinance that would notify property owners if one of their tenants was cited for a fireworks violation, and notify the property owner which tenant was cited. And we did some research about that, and we determined that, we do not see any legal issue with including that in the ordinance and notifying the property owners when one of their tenants is cited for a violation. So we've included language that council can choose to include in the ordinance tonight if you wish. That's at the bottom of page 3 of the staff report. It basically just says that if a citation is issued to a tenant, then the city will give notice to the property owner that that tenant received a fireworks citation. And we will wait until the appeal period passes before we notify the property owner. So the ordinance number 1678, parentheses 21, does all of those things that I just described, except for the property owner notification, which you could decide to add if you wanted. And it's before you tonight for introduction and first reading, and that concludes the staff report.
Councilmember Vega.
Jeff, just for clarification, if someone is on a commercial piece of property, or say it's Lompoc Shopping Center and someone's in violation, it would be up to the code enforcement officer to cite the person individually, correct? Because that would change the mailing to an owner.
Yeah, in that case, we're gonna rely on the code enforcement officer seeing the violation, probably.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilmember Ball.
So I think I've been playing with this back and forth, but I'm willing to support this. Just have to be honest, I still fear that there's a lot of scenarios that this is not going to improve the situation on the ground, but it's an attempt, so I'm okay with that. For example, where do we mail the citation if somebody runs out in the middle of the street and lights off a firework?
That's another situation where it's on city street property, so we would be just relying on our code enforcement officers seeing the violation. We wouldn't be mailing it to a property owner in that case.
So I just wanted to, again, this is an attempt to try to affect some change towards the betterment, but this is only going to go so far. So I'm hopeful that in the future we also have, in our budget discussions, and we take this very seriously, that we can back up some enforcement mechanism. Otherwise, these are, in my opinion, just wasted words.
Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, I do agree that this is an attempt to curtail some of the illegal fireworks and kind of instill a little bit of respect for other people's property, and the noise levels, and for pet owners itself. So I think there's no perfect solution. You're just not going to get rid of illegal fireworks completely, or fireworks as a whole. We're just trying to have people be respectful of other people's property and their rights. And the fact that law enforcement does have some teeth in this ordinance is going to cause a little bit of concern for people that don't have much money. They better think twice before they get out there and they start violating the illegal fireworks ordinance. So I agree with you, but it is a great attempt. Just like anything else, there's no perfect solution to any of this.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Malave. We will open for public comment on item 6. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your television, PC, or radio when your call is put through. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communications on this item?
No, ma'am, we had none.
Thank you.
And Mayor?
Yes.
If I may. What we can also do from a staff perspective is, again, using social media to do the outreach as we get towards that time period, as well as working with some of the different, as I've seen other cities do, reaching out to the different media outlets to say, if you're caught, this is what it's going to be, and notifying that way, rather than just a sign that's there on the street as you drive by. We'll take some more active approach to it.
Thank you for that. Again, the number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your television, PC, or radio. Seeing no calls, we will close public comment on this item, and I'll bring it back for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Councilmember Ball moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Cordova. Any questions? Councilmember Stark?
Just a quick question. What was not included in the staff report, Jeff?
The part about notifying the landlord if the tenant gets a citation. So that's not in the ordinance right now, or not in the draft ordinance right now. And if you want to add it, you could add that tonight.
So, Councilmember Ball, would you like to amend your motion to add the proper property owner violation notice?
Yes.
Yes. And Councilmember Cordova?
I approve of the second.
Thank you. Councilmember Vega?
I just wanted to clarify that in the staff report, it also said that they had an option there for if the violation wasn't cured by the actual tenant, then the owner to be notified. You hate to, just wanted to make that as one of the choices also, because I don't know if it affects their tenancy or what do we do here. I know it's just a thought that I read there, okay? Because it seems like if someone gets a ticket and they pay it, it's all good. You get it? But if they don't pay it, then the owner can be notified that, hey, guess what? You're on the hook. But I was reading that in the staff report, so I just thought I'd mention that.
So the way that the proposal that's part of the motion now, the way it reads now is there just has to be a citation, and then the appeal period lapses, and then the landlord will be notified. It doesn't matter whether they pay it or not. If you want to make it so that the landlord is only notified if the tenant fails to pay, then we could do that, but that would be a change to the motion.
I think it's in the interest of a property owner to protect their property, so I'm okay with them being notified if a violation occurs on their property, personally.
Okay.
I'm okay with leaving it as is.
Okay, so thanks for bringing that up. We have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Our next item is item 7, scavenging enforcement pilot program update, and I believe we have our solid waste superintendent, Keith Quinlan, to present.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Keith Quinlan with the Solid Waste Division. I'd like to provide a brief update on the scavenging education pilot program. This program got underway in November of last year. Initially, Solid Waste worked with the police department to discuss the program implementation and potential concerns or issues that the police department may be aware of in addressing scavenging within the refuse containers. We met with the police chief and police captain, and they encouraged us to approach the pilot program as an ambassadorship and avoid potential risk and problems when providing education to the scavengers. Also, at their recommendation, we met with the shift commanders and officers, informing the shift commanders and officers of the pilot program, provided the solid waste code enforcement officers radio ID number, and when and where we would be operating in case the solid waste code enforcement officer needed assistance because of safety concerns. Our strategy was to engage individuals scavenging during the solid waste code enforcement officer's normal travels in his regular route, during his route of looking at illegal dumping. During this time, the solid waste code enforcement officer logged more than 350 hours of route travels during the pilot. Over this period, the solid waste code enforcement officer engaged with 18 individuals scavenging during his regular route travels. Of those, he provided education materials to the individuals, and then we had one repeat scavenger, and he was issued an administrative warning. Solid Waste has not received many calls regarding scavenging prior to and during the pilot program. However, we have received a significant number of calls regarding illegal dumping, both prior to and during the pilot program. So staff's recommending not to continue with the educational pilot program, but to focus our efforts on illegal dumping and the aspects associated with the solid waste code enforcement officer's position. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Cordova.
So I'm glad that in your presentation, Mr. Quinlan, you mentioned that, you know, this really was an educational program and an effort to really notify that those residents that within our community that are doing this, of the dangers of doing that. And so it really was, the program really was intended as a handout, as educational portion. So I'm glad that you referenced that because that was the intention of the program. One of the things, or there's two things that I noticed on the staff report that I kind of had a little bit of a problem with because although the program itself was for educational purposes in the best interest of those residents that are committing these actions, the staff report does say that it almost defines the scavenging as removal of recycling material for personal financial gain. But then when I look at it when I look at the next line, when it talks from the Lompoc Municipal Code, it states it is unlawful for any person to remove any solid waste from any city-provided container. So whether they're going in and they're grabbing recyclables, they're going into a trash can. So labeling it as, or defining scavenging, in my opinion, I think we should be cautious to define it as them going in and gathering recyclables, because it doesn't matter what they're, in my opinion anyway, and I'm only one person on this council, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what they're going in for. The problem is that it's still a violation of our Lompoc Municipal Code, which clearly defines that they are not permitted to do so, to remove anything from our trash containers. So I did have a problem with that, but I understand where that's coming from. And I wanted to provide personally that clarification. But then also in the staff report, it does go on to say, and I had a problem with it the first time when we discussed it, where we say, well, it is saving the city roughly about $80,000 a year in recycling materials. I think that we have to be cautious as a city to create that neutral point. If there is a Lompoc Municipal Code that states that it is against our code, our law, to do this, but yet we say it's okay because they're saving us money, we are creating then that blurred line, and I have a problem with that. Part of the reason why you may not be, I guess, getting that many violations is because this was also happening during daytime hours. So again, there was no target from our staff to say, we're going to go out there and we're going to specifically look for these people. That wasn't the intention at all. So I want to make sure that the public knows that. That was never staff's intention to go out there and target anyone. It was more like if we saw it as we're passing, doing our daily routine job, we were going to educate them on why they shouldn't. But I do think that a lot of it is happening in off-peak hours or nighttime hours, I should say, normal business operational hours. And the fact is whether we are being able to track it, educate them, or even cite them in this situation, there is so much of it on the streets, and it's there. So people are lugging around trash, they're lugging around carts, and some of it is not trash, some of it is their personal belongings. So how are we to identify that? That's a tough call even for staff, But I just wanted to make those clarifications because I think it's important for us to know, as well as if we do have a code and we are to enforce this code, we need to be clear on what it is, as well as the community understand that this wasn't in any way a target practice or a target for any members of our community. This was more of an educational piece.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Well, it is under the Health and Safety Code, and thank you for bringing this up, because if we go with what staff has recommended here, then we're going to have to rewrite our Health and Safety Code. I'll throw my 2 cents in. I watched a shopping cart have a standoff with one of your solid waste trucks the other day. It was a good 15-minute battle, but the truck did finally eventually win. People tear the trash bags. You take your trash out in a bag, the bag is destroyed, the truck comes, it's never windy here, so it just falls right into the truck. Well, the amount of litter that we generate because of these people going through the trash If you have a recycle, we might as well do away with our recycle program. That right off the bat says, take me. We're hauling recycles to the MRF station and we're hauling it all back. We're not recycling. Our trash has been gone through. Our bags are destroyed. We're creating a huge amount of litter. It's scavenging. It's unhealthy. That's why it's in a health and safety code. 8.8, garbage and refuse. At one point, it was an important issue for this city to write these codes, and suddenly, because we're having an abundance of people going through our trash, we decided we're not going to enforce them. So let's rewrite our codes to, no, it's not right. We need to stay on track. Maybe the training doesn't work, but maybe the citing as a misdemeanor will.
If I may add, Mayor, that when we are out there, both our solid waste collection drivers, code enforcement, graffiti abatement, supervisors, myself, and we do see somebody going through a container and making a mess down an alley, you'll have trash. Our drivers are quick to call that in because our drivers are responsible. If they do dump trash and it does fall on the ground, we need to pick it up. So they're quick to call the supervisor and get a supervisor out there to try to find the offender that's been littering down an alley by scavenging through the containers, and we work to get that individual to clean up their mess. And if we're not getting anywhere, we will give PD a call for assistance in that regard.
Councilmember Ball.
So this is a tough one. This is part of a big issue that we're going to be facing and challenged with for a long time. I just want to bring maybe a slightly different tack to this and just remind everyone that that isn't a scavenger, that we're still talking about humans here. And I just want to submit that there's a wide gamut of personalities and people, from someone that is egregiously digging in trash, creating litter problems, hauling half of it to the riverbed. And then there's the other side of that. And there's the kind, gentle, older man that rides his tricycle down my alley almost every morning. He has a couple bags of recyclables. He smiles at me. I wave at him. Now I know there's an ordinance and a law, but in that one context, I think about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. So I just want us, as a council, yes, we do have to do something and we have to make a move on this, but let's not forget that these are people, and this is not an enviable position to be left to just scavenge for your sustenance. So again, I appreciate Mrs. Cordova clarifying that this was never meant to go and target and criminalize folks, but I just want us to be very cautious that there's no easy blanket approach to this. We're still talking about people, and I hope we keep that in mind.
So one final question from me before we go to public comment. This is not you recommending us changing our health and safety municipal code. This is you recommending that our educational enforcement pilot program was not successful. This is a code that's going to stand, and we hope to at some point have a code compliance department that can respond to this, maybe work a different set of hours and be more proactive for those that are egregiously doing this. Your recommendation is simply that the educational pilot program hasn't actually delivered the results and that manpower needs to be focused on something else. This is not a recommendation to eliminate the municipal code sections.
Good evening, Council. CJ Berry, Utility Director, and thank you for making that distinction. Yes, this is not to say that we just quit this educational element altogether. This is staff's recommendation that we focus on the bigger issue and emergent issue in front of us, which is illegal dumping. The issue of scavenging, illegal dumping, it really is a community-wide issue, and it's going to take effort from the community to completely resolve, if we can ever completely resolve. And what I mean by that is, if you have garbage corrals, if you have the ability to lock up your receptacles, do it, because that'll deter people from digging through there. But more often than not, and this was just an observation today as I was walking through neighborhoods and seeing garbage corrals, there's slide pins and cane pins on there to lock them. Not a single one out of the dozen I looked at, not a single one of them had a padlock on there. So, that's where I would say we appeal to the community and say, if you do have the ability to lock up these corrals, do that so that we can at least start to stem some of the egregious actions of this scavenging. But more pointedly, Mayor, yes, you are correct. The intent is to redirect those resources towards illegal dumping.
Any more questions for staff before we go to public comment? Seeing none, thank you both. We'll open the floor for public comment on item number 7. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your television, computer, or radio when your call is put through to reduce the feedback. 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communication on item number 7?
Yes, ma'am, we had 2, one from Mr. Shondell Malcolm and one from Mr. Ron Fink.
Thank you. Again, the number to call is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your television, computer, or radio when your call is put through to reduce feedback. Seeing no one call, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to council for discussion or recommendation. Councilmember Cordova.
I do want to acknowledge the illegal dumping portion of it. I do understand that that too is a problem in our community, but to say that we should put our attention to that and take our attention away from the scavenging, I think these are two separate things that we need to deal with separately. So although I do agree, and when this pilot program was presented before the council the first time, I said this is a waste of time because of the fact that we already have a Lompoc Municipal Code that should be dealing with the scavenging and the issues that we have with that. Although I agree with maybe perhaps getting rid of this and not spending time on necessarily just the educational, I still think that the enforcement of our Lompoc Municipal Code is important and that we need to focus on that. I understand that we have limited resources, and that is where, through our budgeting process, and as Councilmember Ball stated, being able to actually have resources to help in these areas, that's what we need to make sure that we're taking care of so that we can do this. I understand the human factor. I've never said that, we shouldn't have a human approach. I'm all for educational, but also we need to be in tune with the serious problem that we have in the community and the fact that some of the violators that we're seeing are very just out there open in businesses and going onto people's property and their homes, and that's not okay. That's not okay. So we need to be able to mitigate this I agree, in the most, in the best way possible, but nonetheless, it's our job as a city to make sure that we keep our streets clean.
So I will go ahead and make the motion to accept the staff recommendation, which is receive the update on the scavenging educational enforcement pilot program and discontinue the educational and enforcement pilot program because of those limited resources, knowing that as we enter into the budget cycle, we should plan to discuss how we are going to look at code compliance for all of these other violations, and also knowing that if contacted, if able to witness, if able to issue an egregiousness, that solid waste will actually issue the violation. It's just not your primary focus at the moment, just to be clear. That it's not that you're not going to enforce what's on it, you're just not going to be proactively hunting for it and enforcing it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's a very important point. The solid waste code enforcement officer will retain the delegated authority to issue monetary citations. That is correct.
Okay. So the motion is to accept the staff report and on the update and to discontinue the educational and enforcement pilot program. Councilmember Cordova. Councilmember Starbuck.
Just a very quick question. If commercial properties wanted to lock their dumpsters, does the city provide the ability that we could go ahead and lock them? I know a lot of the businesses do that.
Yes, that is an option. We will provide a lock and chain for the container. But just to preface that, it has to be unlocked by the commercial business by 6 a.m. on service day. That lock has to be either taken off or locked to the container. Otherwise, it'll fly off.
And all they would have to do, Keith, is just call solid waste to request this?
That's correct.
Thank you for sharing that clarity. I think that would be a huge help for a lot of the commercial businesses. Do I have a second for accepting the staff report and discontinuing the educational and enforcement pilot program?
I'll give you a second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Our next item is adoption of resolution number 6390(21), declaring the city council's intention to abandon an unused approximately 7.64 acre portion of Beatty Park for transfer to the Lompoc Cemetery District and setting a public hearing regarding the same. And we have our city manager to present that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And so this is something that's been in the works at least 5 years or more. The Cemetery District approached the city about a small portion of the Beatty Park. It's up in the southwest corner that abuts the cemetery. It's an unused portion of the park. We don't maintain it. We don't have trails. We don't have anything up there right now. It's just some property that we received. It's actually, we call it Beatty Park. That property actually was donated by John Mansfield back in the day. I forgot how long ago it was now. So it's been 5 or more years. We've been making different progresses forward. I know since I've been here, we've had 2, maybe 3 different meetings on it, and we're now at that proverbial finish line. So I'm going to just read real quick here for the recommendation. It's just as the mayor had just basically said, adopt resolution number 6390(21), declaring its intent to abandon an unused approximately 7.64 acre Beatty Park and setting a public hearing for May 4th, 2021. So the reason for that is if you agree to this tonight, there's a 30-day public comment period that would start now, and then it would close on May 4th. We'd open a public hearing at that time, and the council would make a decision on whether to proceed on transferring the 7.64 acres over to the cemetery district. So different things about it. It does remove some of the liability from us because it is sort of a natural area. So if someone traipses up there and they're walking around, they fall, they get hurt, there's a liability for us. The other issue, though, is the cemetery district is looking at that and turning it into actually a very nice locale up there. So I don't know if I have the proper terminology, but building a memorial wall where if you have someone that's been, a loved one's been cremated, they have the little inserts where you can put a plaque on. A very serene area, that's a seating area up there. They'll maintain it, they'll clean it up and make it look very nice. They'll also maintain the little arroyo that goes down there, keeping it clean for water flow and whatnot. So it does remove some of the maintenance factors and liability factors from the city, but at the same time, the city's then gaining a very nicely maintained and appointed area for the cemetery in the future. So currently, if this is something the city would like to do, we can move forward with this process and then bring it back again on the May 4th date. At that date, it's still one more step because that's when you close, you say, yes, we'll prepare all the final documents and then come back probably sometime in June, one of the meetings in June with the final signing off on it. With that, I can answer questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We will open this for public comment. If you would like to comment on item number 8, you may call 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your television, computer, or radio. Did we have any written communications on this item, Madam Clerk?
No, ma'am, nothing.
Thank you. Again, public comment is open for item number 8. You have 3 minutes to speak to the issue. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your television, radio, or computer so the feedback is not interfering with your comments. Seeing no one call, we will close public comment, and I will entertain a motion or additional questions.
I'll make a motion that we accept.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. The last agenda item is item number 9, authorization of the city manager to execute the memorandum of understanding with Lompoc Unified School District for the community recreation facilities at Lompoc High School. And we have Christy Alarcon to make the presentation.
Yeah, Mario couldn't be here tonight, and he's so sad. But good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'm Christy Alarcon, your Community Development Director. Tonight for your consideration is a staff recommendation for City Council to authorize the city manager to sign the MOU with Lompoc Unified School District for the city to provide staffing services at Lompoc High School's Houck Stadium. Houck Stadium, some pictures behind you there, was completely renovated, and approval of this MOU will make this beautiful facility available to the Lompoc community with no charge for usage of the lighted track and/or exercise equipment you see there. Under the MOU, the Recreation Division would provide staffing at the facility during the community usage times to ensure that the facility rules are followed. Recreation would be able to program, rent the turf for community usage, and utilize the lighted fields there. There is no fiscal impact based on estimated revenues and staffing costs to facilitate allowing the public access to this community benefit. So in short, again, staff recommends council authorize our city manager to execute the MOU. Should you have any questions or need information, I'm here to answer and assist. Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, the one concern I have, and it's right here, is that we're going to go ahead and do a trial period, and we're talking about our city money. Can we put that on a future council agenda that we actually do receive the report on this?
Sure. So because it is a trial period, it's an 18-week trial period of the project. If it didn't produce a surplus of funds to cover itself, you know, like a lot of our recreation programs, they receive a certain amount of money and that's the exact cost of that type of program. So if it wasn't successful in doing that, we would have to come back to you to ask for money. So if it's not successful, we are coming back to you. So I don't know if you want us to come back to you even if it is successful or only if we need money.
It'd be nice to hear about something successful.
Sure, I'd be happy to provide a presentation of all of the amazing community usages that I hope will happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we're talking about a surplus of 591. Maybe we can donate a couple of $35 sessions or something, huh?
Yeah, at 70% occupancy, so please promote.
Councilmember Vega.
Christie, we spoke before about the LVCHO agreement that was previously made with the donors to renovate Hawk Stadium, which you got that right?
Thank you.
So exactly how did that agreement entail the city involvement so we can know that we're actually voting in a system and a process as it was already agreed to? The monetary part of it is separate. We're obligated to monitor these different individual recreational opportunities out there in order to maintain whatever agreement was made with LVCHO. And I believe you told me something happened. If we run short, it's going to be a budgetary issue, which someone will have to infill with that. Okay, so it's not like it's a 6-month trial period. This is a period that we're voting in forever. As far as there's community benefit, I believe, and maybe for clarification, it's just we're talking about the monetary part of it.
Sure. So we don't have an agreement with LVCHO. The way this project came to fruition was through a huge fundraising campaign that I think everybody here was well aware of. One of the components of that fundraising campaign was expressing to the community and to those that were providing funds that this wasn't intended solely for Lompoc High School usage, but also a means to improving the health of our community. And in order to achieve that piece of it, now on the back end, somebody needs to have it open for the community for certain hours, and LVCHO does not have staffing to be out there. We as the city provide recreation services, and we are that conduit to our youth sports organizations who truly do need lighted fields in this community. I mean, it's obvious it's a shortage. So it seemed like a good fit. And the reason it's a trial period is because we do kind of have to test the waters. We're just coming out of COVID, hopefully coming out of it, red tier and all that good stuff. So we don't know how much the high school will need to utilize it for their sports and everything they got going on. So we didn't want to jump in 100%, but we do have a commitment. We're committed to it. I believe the school district is committed to it, and I know LVCHO is committed to it. And they've shared that if, for whatever reason, we're not able to program it at the level that we need to be cost effective, then they will figure out ways to raise funds to help us with our staffing costs. At the end of the day, the intent is for this to not have any impact to our budget. So hopefully that covered your question.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Wall.
Yeah, I just, first off, I just want to say how proud I am of all the groups that put their heads together to make something incredibly special for the community. And we should just say that. Whether it's the LVCHO, the school district, the city council, staff that's worked tirelessly on this, the recreation staff, and those that donated. We have a lot of local donors. The Shumash stepped up. There's a lot of people that want to see good in our community. So I'll just take a different approach. If I had it my way, I would put this as an investment in our budget. The value to the community for providing recreation, fresh air, access to something so special, it shouldn't be considered a break-even thing or just a moneymaker for the city. This is taxpayer funds. We're talking about quality of life, and anything that we can do to sustain that place and bring some hope and some pleasure and some joy to our community, let's do the right thing here. So thank you for everyone that put their heads together to make this happen. I'm so excited to support it, and I hope that we find a sustainable path forward.
Any other questions or concerns for staff before we go to public comment? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment on item number 9. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. 875-8201. And remember to mute your radio, TV, or PC. You will have 3 minutes to speak on item number 9. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communication on this item?
No, ma'am, we had nothing.
Thank you. Again, the number to call for public communication on this is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your television, computer, or radio when you are put through.
Good evening, you're live in the Lompoc City Council meeting. Please go ahead with your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
This is Kathy Howard. There should absolutely be no question that the council and the city support Houck Stadium and maintaining it and leaving it open for the public as well as the use of the high school. If you vote no against it, you're being hypocrites. Thank you.
(805-875-8201) is the number to call if you would like to contribute to public comment on item number 9, and you have 3 minutes. Remember to mute your television, PC, or radio. The number to call to comment on an agenda item is 805-875-8201. Seeing no additional calls, we will close public comment on this item, and I will bring it back for a motion or questions. Councilmember Cordova.
I also want to thank the organizations involved, LVCHO, Lompoc Unified, and all the donors and everybody that's been involved in bringing this into the community. I got an opportunity to walk it this week, and as Councilmember Ball said, I'm just really proud to see this happen, and very happy that Lompoc High School is getting this, and as a community that we're able to share into it. So I move to accept and execute the MOU with the organizations, which would be the LVCHO, right? And the
LUSD.
LUSC, okay.
And to bring back the report in 6 months that Councilmember Starbuck requested?
Absolutely.
All righty. Do I have a second?
I'd like to second that.
It has been moved and seconded. Any additional comments, concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0, and as soon as that is open, you will see me out there under the lights, walking the track. I have been very anxious to gain access and be able to get a walk-in under the lights. So we look forward to that public access, and I will help lead a walk if that helps. If you want to put that on the radar, let's do that and get people out. So this is closing council. We have an opportunity for written communications that haven't been shared with us on any other matters?
Nothing.
Nothing. You have an opportunity for your final oral communications for 2 minutes on city matters. The number to call is 805-875-8201. 805-875-8201. This is the final oral communication. It is 2 minutes maximum. Please remember to mute your television, radio, or computer to avoid the feedback that comes through so we can hear you clearly. Seeing none, we will close oral communication and bring it back to council. We'll start with you, Councilmember Starbuck.
I have no reports, but I understand Cabrillo may be getting some baseball lighting.
I had heard the same. Councilmember Cordova.
Nothing.
Thank you. Councilmember Ball.
I'm going to try it for the first time, see how it sounds. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Vega.
I think this meeting was very productive. And for the benefit of the community, I also look forward to Houck Stadium, Janelle.
You want to join me on walks and lead a community walk?
I bet I can run it.
Oh, don't challenge me, please. I can't. No, I can't do that.
Have a good evening.
Maybe we could get the whole council to do a walkathon out there.
We'll do a walkathon, not a run.
Jeremy, are you sure you can keep up?
I can try.
Was that a no report?
We'll call it the turkey trot.
And so is that concluding your report? All right. So I am going to ruin it for everyone and do my typical meeting reports. I attended the Beatty Park ribbon cutting, and I just want to say thank you again to our city staff, to our partners. That is an amazing facility. To the public, please, let's care for this. Let's respect it. I know that the first week was very, very crowded and very, very excited. And so let's continue to be supportive of each other and try and make the best of the location. Attended the State of Vandenberg Air Force Base. It's going to be an exciting year. They have lots of launches planned. There's a lot going on out there, and the city is eager to continue to be a partner with the base. I attended the very long and not productive local area formation. I lose track of what LAFCO's acronyms stand for. We were on the agenda and then we were pulled, but we weren't pulled till the very end, but we were there. I then attended the National League of Cities virtual conference and some associated legislative calls with our federal legislators. And in the middle of the call with Congressman Carbajal, he was pulled away for the vote for the federal level package, and I was happy to see him go and vote in support of that, so we didn't get to finish that. Also had Santa Barbara County area government meetings, the SBCAG, and some Northern California Power Agency meetings. We've begun our legislative calls with regards to that, so I've been in attendance of those. And then we had the mayor, city manager meeting, quarterly meeting last week with Santa Barbara County, where we stay informed with what's going on in other communities. Last but not least, Fix a Leak is going on March 15th through the 21st. If you have issues, contact our city departments to help you. There are several programs out there to help reduce those leaks that you can qualify for, so now's a good time to take advantage of those. And Community Partners in Caring has put a free ride for 62 and over for those with vaccine appointments. So call 211 to make your vaccine appointment. Once you've done that, if you need a ride as a senior over 62 with or underlying health conditions, call 805-925-8000 to request assistance to get you to your vaccination appointment. It is a good sign. The more of us that get vaccinated, the more we can gather with those that have been vaccinated and begin to not wear the masks and begin to return to normal. And as our city manager said, it is expected, and we should see confirmation in the morning that we will return to the red tier as of 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. There is a whole host of what that means on the county's website, so be sure and go to Recovery SBC to look at that as it pertains to the businesses and what it might allow as we move closer. Until then, until you get your vaccines, wear your mask, social distance, and we are going to eventually come out of this stronger and better, and look forward to the discussion on how we can utilize the funds to improve our community. We will adjourn this meeting until the regular meeting for 6:30 p.m. on April 6th at 2021, unless you come to tomorrow night's pension obligation bond meeting at 6:30 here.